Good morning. My mic wasn't working, so I just added it back in. So give me 2 seconds. Sometimes my OBS just ignores my mic. So good morning. Sorry for the delay. I went to reboot my PC just before 2 p.m. Just before 9, thinking it'd be nice. I saw that Windows update needed doing. I thought it'd be nice to have a fresh reboot, and then I had to sit through about a ton of updates, and I've just got up and running, just loaded everything. So I'll crack straight on right now. So apologies for the delay. Let me just go back to the YouTube stream so I can see who's online. Okay, welcome back everyone. Hopefully we're all live now and everything's working okay. Any problems, just leave me a comment, and I can see audio's working as well, which is good. Okay, so I'm going to start the pre-market prep. We have 20 minutes, so we've got plenty of time. Major news today, all low volatility. We do have news coming in at 10 a.m. Manufacturing index. Just be a bit wary, but shouldn't do too much to the market. Looking at large orders, 68.50 on the book. That is way below. So no real big orders in the near vicinity. And then order flow, cumulative delta divergence is kind of looking the same. It's going with the price. So price sold off, cumulative delta sold off. Cumulative delta, you can see a slight divergence on delta here. Big buyers came in, especially on the big price. Sellers were absorbing that area. So that's the first sign of weakness here. Big aggressive buyers coming in. Price pushed up, and then we had the sellers come into the market. You can see where the seller was sitting, that big order there, 75.68 area, and then we just had that sell off from about 8:30. Was it 8:30 news? No, not really. So whatever caused that, don't know. But there we are. So nothing really unusual. We're not changing trends or anything like that. So let's just go straight onto my main screen for the analysis. So I'm going to start off with the weekly. This is the S&P E mini futures. Good morning, Sunny, and good morning, Mayo. Welcome back. Appreciate you watching. So looking at the weekly, last week we had increase in volume as prices increasing. Be interested to see how we end this week. What was it? Wednesday today. 2 more days, and look at the volume, pretty low. I suppose one day was a bank holiday. So maybe we can expect a low volume week. We are inside the last 2 weeks range as well, currently right on the top end of that inside area, with no volume shelves, nothing above all-time highs, volume shelf below at that area. Confluence 7,400, number we know very well. And then obviously we got this 7,000 psychological number. Notice the big red fat line going through it. That's the point of control on that volume shelf as well. So that's a key area to watch on the weekly. Notice RSI, we are now a bit overbought. We were overbought back in October, September last year, and then eventually we sold off. We sold off for a few weeks here and here as well. So, you know, I like to think history repeats itself. We're now overbought here. Let's just go and look when we were at the highest peak, and that was when we sold off there. Look at the highest peak, and that was when we sold off there. So we had 1 week of selling off in September, and we had 4 weeks, including that indecision, of selling off, and then we kind of hovered near there and we just sold off. So are we going to get the same type of reaction? We are really extended. We haven't come back to retest this area yet. So let's just see where we are with the weekly. I'm going to drop down to the daily now, and pretty much the same scenario. Notice the daily volume is in a decline, whilst RSI is over the 70%, very, very overbought. We did have a slightly higher volume yesterday on a topping tail candle, which is interesting. It means sellers were there as well. So maybe we can assume, even though we've got higher green volume, half of that was sellers. Let's just zoom in a bit so you can see what I'm looking at. That was yesterday's. We put in an all-time high yesterday there. And look at the volume, slightly high volume, but most of that was selling in that candle. So every time I see high selling volume, big red candle there, a big red volume bar, a big red candle there, volume bar with a red day. You know, topping tails are signs of sellers as well. So I do keep an eye on this. We are overbought as well. We do have a volume shelf. We're sitting on it right now. Tops of those pivots. That's a nice bounce I took yesterday, day before. We do have another volume shelf around this area as well. Big area confluence, 7,400. We just spoke about that on the weekly. And then obviously a massive volume shelf down here at 7,150. So that's an area to watch as well on the daily. And then we got our 7,000 area, which is around here. So keep an eye on anywhere below that 7,150. So we got decreasing volume as price is increasing. So that's a divergence. So is that a sign that we are going to have a bit of a breakdown soon? You know, we have been saying that for quite some time, and it's just been grinding up on relatively low, below average volume. The only time we went above RSI, we had a few red days and a couple of days where we sold back last week, but we're still up there putting in new all-time highs. So let's go to the hourly and pick up some levels. Yesterday, I don't know if you're around watching, I took a beautiful trade yesterday. I took one trade yesterday, only one trade. Remember, I said keep an eye on this area of confluence, tops of those pivots. We bounced once and we came back in, and we was watching at 75.31 down to 75.25, that area there, and we came exactly into that, and I took it right up to the high there. So that's a decent trade. I took one trade yesterday, hopefully same type of thing today. I did create a video last night on that trade as well. So that will come out in a few hours time, probably in the next hour. So please watch it. Leave me a comment because it helps with Google, the YouTube algos, and definitely like it as well. I'd be really grateful. This is our current trend line. Especially we had a member yesterday asking about learning order flow. So that will go through my trade. So watch that later when it comes out, because I talk about the order flow. And then there's a link in the description that takes you straight to the live trade as well, which I did yesterday. So it's a time link, so on YouTube, so it takes you straight to the actual time just before I took the trade. And you can see exactly how I got in and how I did it live. It's worth going back. Even I went over that again today. I watched it live thinking, oh, I could have done better there, or I could have got out there. It was pretty much a perfect trade. But, you know, it's good to go through it again. So this is today's trend line. We're watching that. We've broken that trend line there yesterday in the post-market, pre-market, and we broke out there. We're coming back in and we're retesting the zone again. So I do quite like this 75.50 area, probably all the way down to 75.40 for a bounce. Big area confluence. It'll be holding that trend line. I've just drawn that zone there as well. Again, even though I drew a line, we're looking at a zone, so that entire region for a potential bounce. And we've got this big point of control running through this big area of confluence. You know, yesterday we broke out, we bounced, we lost it, rejected it. So pretty significant area, that's 75.40. We know it's significant because we rejected it here and then broke through it and we bounced there. We kind of held it during the pre-market yesterday as well. Held it again during this pre-market. So it's an area of interest basically. And it's pre-market low today. So keep an eye on that 75.40. That's a bounce area for me. I will be honest, I've not done the Discord levels yet because I was waiting for my machine to reboot. But let me just put these in as I go through. Where is it? My watch list. 75.40 bounce. The next area I like is the same area we was watching yesterday, the lows of yesterday, this zone down here. So 75.17 to 75.25. I do like this area again for a bounce. We've got bottom tails, and we've got confluence area. Although we are lacking a little bit of volume in this zone. So if we get below these levels, then maybe we can watch for a break and retest short. If we hold these areas on volume, we can watch it for a bounce. Looking at ORBs and break and retest, there's only two ORBs I like today. The first one will be if we break pre-market low. So again, I'm watching this area for a bounce, but if we lose that area, I like a break and retest short. Same if we break above yesterday's high, I like a break and retest long into pre-market high, where we can watch it for a breakout as well into new all-time highs. Do I like it coming in? Yeah, there's a little bit of a volume shelf there, so we can keep an eye on that. So they're the two orbs I like. I like them to break yesterday's high and pre-market low. I do like the bounce down here, and I like trend continuation. We are still in a big uptrend. And we were talking about NASDAQ yesterday. Someone said, is it worth shorting 30,000? Let's just take a quick look at that. 30,000, we came in, where was that yesterday there? And there was a little bit of a rejection, but it was strong. Look how strong that is. It just blasts its way through. Big volume as we broke 30,000, and then lack of volume as we sold off down below, and then we had increase in volume as we broke out, and now we're sitting right above this 30,200. Keep an eye on this because it's a big psychological area. Lots of people may be jumping in a break and retest of 30,000, and obviously we've only got pre-market volume, so there's not much volume in there at the moment, so that could move anywhere in lack of volume, but it could be a big fake breakout. So we'll analyze this tomorrow. We want to see big volume. We saw quite a lot of volume yesterday on the breakout, more than the previous day. So let's just go to the daily and analyze the volume. That's our head and shoulders, which is now invalidated. Let's get rid of that one. Volume yesterday was on increased volume, above average as well. So it does look good for a long on the daily. If we come back down into that 29,800, 30,000, we can watch for a potential bounce. So that's just a potential bounce area, but only if we come back down on red days, but with reducing volume, so lack of selling volume. If we get a big red volume day, then I won't be interested in that. So that's the only place I like it. I'm definitely not thinking about shorting that area just yet, unless we start breaking trend. That's our trend line there, approximately. You could draw it there. You could also draw another one there. That's our trend line to keep an eye on our zone. So the only reason I'd like it short is if we put in that pattern, and that's my favorite head and shoulders pattern. So I'll be looking to get in on a right shoulder or more confirmation of break and retest. So that's the only reason I'll find a short. But while it's so long and while it's so strong, I'm only looking for longs, and I like the long off of that previous pivot around 29,600. I know I jumped from ES and go through SPY, but I just wanted to draw that out because we're just in the same area. I don't really look at NASDAQ on the daily or weekly that often, so maybe I can just do a quick one now. NASDAQ is exceptionally extended as well. Look how extended we are from that 50. We are due a pullback down to there. When it'll happen, I don't know. Notice a lack of volume on this volume profile. The main volume doesn't come until we get back down into this region. So let's just clear all drawings. I like to tidy things up. There we go. So that's the area to watch for potential bounce for me. That's a weekly area, and we've got our zone there. So only those areas I like for the bounce. Dropping down to the daily, we are really overbought as well. Look at this daily overbought. We've been really overbought for weeks and weeks, for at least a few weeks. So again, it's really hard finding longs when we're overbought like this, because you know you're just a bad red day away from a stop out. But also it's really hard to go short when we are so strong as well. So on the daily, look where the volume profile is, that zone there, 29,200, big solid zone. We know that's where there's a lot of volume. There's more volume there than we've had in the last 2-3 months. If we do sell off, then we obviously got areas below. So keep an eye on that 29,200, 30,000. Let's just mark it up. So around about there. And we can look at the little volume shaft to the left. So potentially watch that area for a bounce, but we only want to see it bouncing on increased buying volume and decrease in selling volume. So keep an eye on that on the daily. Let's do the hourly, put some levels in now for the day. So the only bounce place I like is this zone here. I do like the bounce at yesterday's high. I like taking longs off previous day's highs and shorts off previous day's low, and that stands for this plan. So if we get to 29,000, I like a break and retest short. We can also keep an eye on this zone for a bounce, because look at that volume shaft to the left. We've got a couple of volume shafts. So this is a zone to watch for a bounce. 29,900, basically to 30,000. So keep an eye on that. It's a psychological number, big psychological number. Watch the volume though. We don't want to be going long on increasing selling volume. So that's pretty much levels for today. Do we like going long over this big top in tail? Not a big fan of it, but a break and retest maybe. Definitely a bounce there. If we lose this trend line, we can look for a short below 30,100, maybe down to 30,000. That could be a target. That's pretty much NASDAQ. SPY, I know I bounced between it a little bit. SPY, putting in all-time highs. That's our trend line. So let's watch for a bounce down at yesterday's low. Let's watch for a bounce, a break and retest over yesterday's high. We are below that right now. So let's just see where we are. We have a volume shelf in that area there. So keep an eye on yesterday's low for a bounce, 77.48. And I think that's everything on ES I was looking at as well. 75.40, that area there. I'm just going to mark it up. Do I like 75.50? If we can get above it, then let's watch for the break over yesterday's high over that zone there. That zone there rejected lovely. We put that level in there. 75.70 came straight into that in the pre-market, rejected it. I do like a bounce in this zone, so down here I'd consider it as well. And then area confluence just down here as well, 7,500 psychological. And there's the bounce areas. And the only shorts I like is on the break of trend. And depends where you want to hold it. That's our trend line there. Maybe a break of pre-market low into yesterday's low. It's tough trying to go short on a really strong market. And I think that's it. Yeah, definitely watch that 75.25. That's where the volume shelf is. Okay, so we've done NQ. QQQ. I'm doing for time. 4 minutes, I will whiz through. QQQ, uptrend there. If we're going to break yesterday's low, I like it short. Otherwise, watch for pre-market high, yesterday's high, and offer this pivot there. Notice the volume shelf to the left. We are overbought as well. Oil is red today. Big red day. And look at this, our trend line. I remember I drew that in as reference. We broke it. We came back and retested. Look how spot on that was. That was drawn in a few days ago. It might have been yesterday. Break and retest that trend line. Me, I like a bigger air gap break. So something like this coming back up to retest a psychological or a level. So for me, if it gets back up to pre-market high 91, I like it short. Keep an eye on a breakdown of pre-market low short as well. And then we are holding this downtrend. So X marks the spot just there. So keep an eye on that place there. 90.89 for the rejection on oil. Not interested in longs while we're breaking this structure. Again, these, let's just clone it. We can use that zone there, you know, subjective as well, because it's a zone, not a line. Because we use the bottom of those pivots. This is our zone. If we hold that area, we can watch for bounces. If we lose that area, look for rejections. So below pre-market low. 3 minutes gold is in a downtrend. We've broken that area there, yesterday's low. So I like the rejection here. So if we pull back into that zone, I like it short to continue this downtrend, that downtrend there. And that's it on gold. RTY. A bounce on this zone here, 2900. We have a little bit of a volume shelf below at 29,870. Biggest one's down here at 2800. So for me, longs unless we break that downtrend. YM, we've got 2 minutes to go. YM 50,000 is a bounce area. We're heading down towards it. So keep an eye on that zone here for a bounce. That's the area I like. That's the only area I like for the bounce. Maybe consider tops of these pivots. If we can get above pre-market high, look for a long. Otherwise, we are potentially putting in a head and shoulders pattern here. Break down below yesterday's low, pre-market low, that area there. And then finally, Bitcoin with a minute to go is now put in that head and shoulders pattern. Is this top of the trend? Maybe left shoulder, head, right shoulder. We've got our neckline in a low volume area, so we've broken that area as well. So for me, I like the retest back into that zone. So an air gap. So I want to see a bit of an air gap. For that, I like to see space on the pullback, and like a 45-degree angle in both directions would be perfect. And then we can see where our target entry would be, 75,620 to 7,600 rejection. And that is pretty much it. And the market should be open in less than 20 seconds. So that's basically all the tickers, and we've got some aggressive selling right now. Let's keep that open up there. Let's put my ORB buttons on. Sonny says 30 seconds. Yep, that's right. Here we go. We're now open. So I'm not going to rush into it again. I like those zones. I've got them marked up. Let's have a look, remind myself. Again, we do pre-market prep, so we are planning in advance. We're not just jumping in. So I do like the bounce down at this 75, 80, 38 area, 75, 40. So basically where we are, pre-market low bounce. Are we seeing a delta flip? Big positive delta, big negative delta. Sellers are still there as well. Lack of buyers up here. Let's put the delta divergence on. So price and delta are kind of following each other, taking out lows, pivot lows. So there's nothing, unless there's 2-minute breaks, then I won't be looking for a long just yet. Big positive delta here. I like seeing that. We're right in an area we're watching for a bounce as well. Let's just keep an eye, just put my levels in for a second. Got a smaller aggressive buying delta there, so we're lacking the aggression we want to see. And then we've got the negative delta coming in as well. So no trade yet. But I do like the fact we've got only 70 aggressive sellers on this last candle, with buyers sitting up here as well. So we know we've got some buyers interested. Let's see how this turns. I'm just putting my levels in, 7,500. And again, I like to put my levels in because it just gives me accountability as well. And the orb below pre-market low. Done. So let's go back to the chart. We're holding this pre-market low area. We're not seeing any signs of buyers, so we're not interested in going long at all until we see buyers come in. Could we take, I don't really like the break, the short into pre-market low, but I do like if we break it, come back and retest pre-market low. Oh, look at this for now. I like it long. Look at this, massive buyers coming in, 1,021. Small delta, small neutral delta here, aligned point control. So I'm now looking for a long. I don't want to take it yet. I want to see the 2-minute trend break. I want to see this footprint break trend as well. So we've got a low there. I really want to see something like this trend line break. Something like that, over 75.42 area. I'm not going to jump into it. But that's our first signs of weakness from sellers. We had a small delta there. Notice, remember I said we had a negative delta on this. I would have expected to see aggressive sellers coming in. Some sellers did come in down here, and then the buyers absorbed this area. 75.39, 75.40. Remember that level? I just spoke about that earlier. And that's the bounce area. A line point control. Another line point control. I like it long over 43. So I'm looking for a long over 43. This is a small pullback. I want to see buyers take out these sellers. So these are pretty much cancelled each other out. So if we get over 43, I'm going to find a long. So I'm actively looking for a long now. So I'm now long. So I like the pullback. We've got the buyers coming in. Let's see whether we can get our 10 tick. Big aggressive buyers coming in now. Look at that 300, 400 delta. We don't want the sellers absorb this area. So maybe I was in a little bit earlier than I wanted, but it was a break of this red candle. That's what I was waiting for. With a higher low. You can see higher lows on the delta as well. We want to see buyers come in now. Come on, buyers. As soon as I get to my 10 ticks, I want to be tightening up because I'm coming into a pivot. Big aggressive buyers coming in. So if the buyers are absorbed by all these sellers, then it's probably going to stop. But we'll see the buyers just really take control. We're right on pre-market low as well. There's an area, so I've hit my 10 tick stop. Massive big buying delta on a red candle. So I still like it long. I may consider adding as well. I'm trying to get some better ads back into my gameplay as well. So if I break over my break-even area, I'll probably look to add that one contract back in again. Another positive delta here. We want to see buyers still take control. My stop's at the low of the day, just below the low. I will be looking to tighten that. So I'm now back over. So I'm looking to add now my one contract back in, back at my break-even, and back to 3 contracts with big buying delta as well. Delta's broken the trend here. Price is just about to break that 2-minute trend. I see it push up high. Come on then. And I'm looking to get to break even as quickly as I can. I'm on higher risk. Let's just put in my big positive down a red candle. I still like it long. As long as we've got positive deltas. I mean, we've got sellers being absorbed. We've got buyers being absorbed by sellers right now. If I see a big negative delta on a red candle, then I'll be getting out. But this is the area I like for the bounce, right on that aligned point of control as well. Here we go. So I'm going to take one off. If we lose small negative delta, still like it long, although there's only 7 aggressive buyers up here. So I'm not a big fan of this now. Topping tail on the delta. I've got my stop here. I've got my 3 contracts stopping out. So, and that's it. I'm out of that trade. So I was trying to get out of it earlier. Still like the bounce down in this region. We just didn't quite get the momentum. Where are we now? I'm just going back to 5-minute. That's that bounce area there. 75.40 long still like that area. If we can get back above that 43, I'll consider it. We've only got 45 aggressive sellers on that last candle, so it's annoying to get stopped out by lack of sellers. So let's see whether we get a push back up again. We really want to see it break this trend now. We're holding this 2-minute downtrend. So negative delta on a pivot on a green candle. So all this looked quite good for a long. We just got absorbed by all that selling. So maybe we're going to put in a bit of a double bottom here. Big positive delta again. Look at this. Plus 600, minus 124, plus 600. So I still like it long. I like the aggressive buying coming in as well. What's the Nasdaq doing? Nasdaq's looking a little bit more weaker. So probably what drove the market down a bit. But that's a pre-market low. It broke through yesterday's high. So maybe we can see a bounce on Nasdaq. SPX. So look at this, a big positive delta on this, plus 800. So I still like this long. The buyers are down here for sure. It's a matter of just finding the entry. Almost 1,000 aggressive buyers here. So I'm going to look for a long. I still like the long. So what we're looking for is sellers to start to fade out a bit, to kind of be a bit exhausted. Got some aggressive sellers on these candles still as well. So red candle, positive delta. So that goes with these ones up here. So sellers absorbing all the buyers here as well. Let's just see whether we get follow through. The buyers are definitely holding this area, trying to hold this area. Sellers are definitely absorbing this area. The sellers here trying to absorb all these buyers. We're right in that 15-minute point of control area as well. Big aggressive sellers you can see on the delta now. There's a divergence as well. You can see that. So this is a divergence play we're watching for. Price is putting in lower lows. Delta is putting in higher lows and higher highs. So you can clearly see that divergence now. So for me, I'm still watching for the long. But I'm not going to jump in. I want to see it break out. Potentially break this 2-minute trend. I'm happy if it breaks the footprint trend. It did slightly earlier. That's the trend line there. You can see where I got in, around about that area. But it wasn't to be. Let's just be patient. Big positive down. Look at these. Small negative. Big positive, and we've only got a small negative now. So let's see whether the buyers are going to push this area. Nasdaq's looking much weaker. It's lost pre-market low now. Sellers there as well. Here we go. We've broken that area, so I'm probably not interested in the long now unless we get back up over here. For me, if we may have already had this play, a break and retest of pre-market low, which was 75.38. Probably not yet, really. We haven't really come back. That's not much of a retest here. So there's only a small negative delta, then a big selling delta, and a small positive delta. So it's a tough market right now. So looking at oil is looking a little bit stronger than it was. Gold is looking a little bit stronger. It's got some solid green candle. Bitcoin is down. Russell's trying to bounce. Dow Jones is looking stronger. It's pulling back, looking like a bounce area. Nasdaq's looking weak. Nasdaq's now at 30,000. Is that that bounce area we talked about? It's got decline in 5-minute volume coming into that 30,000. So maybe. And then we're getting close to the bounce area I liked as well, which was at 75.25 down into yesterday's low, 75.17 area. I do like that area for a bounce. I like where we've been, all this area, from where we are right now, all the way down to 75.20 basically. But only if the order flow sets up. So now we're starting to lose these areas. Look at this. Nasdaq's blasted through that 30,000. Could we have found a short here? Maybe. Let's just analyze while we're waiting. So we we remained in that downtrend, so my entry wasn't a great entry, to be fair. Let's just scroll over. Could we have found an entry continuation play? Big positive delta with no follow through. Positive delta, no follow through. Positive delta, no follow through. So that should have been my signs. I'm probably, on hindsight now, probably going long wasn't a great option. Like I said, I did say I was waiting for that 2 minute to break, which it didn't. Lack of buyers here. That should have been my exit on this candle. I did wait for the next candle. We had a pullback on a negative delta, so maybe we could have found the entry around about this point. Probably on the pullback into that 75.40 area. Short. Lack of sellers on the high. Here would have been the entry. Big 610 with no follow through. And then, but although we only had a very small negative delta neutral, but we had 5 aggressive sellers there. So we are seeing a bit of a bounce now. We'll go back to that. So maybe we could have found that. But I was transfixed on the long because it's coming into an area. Coming back into the area I like. So here we go. Positive delta, negative, big positive. So this could be the entry here. The 2 minutes starting to break as well. We had a positive delta, buying imbalance. We didn't have any buying imbalances earlier as well. Big positive delta coming in. So I'm going to look for another long on the break of this red candle. I only get in on green candles. I don't get in on red candles for longs. And that gives you a little bit more extra time and it gives you better confirmation. Because if we're pulling back like we are now, so that's why I don't just jump in. One aggressive buyer there, a neutral, basically a neutral delta. So both equal sellers and buyers, aggressive sellers and buyers in that candle. But we've got 3 positive deltas in a row with buying imbalances as well. Let's just see what happens. It's got to have confirmation. See hourly, we're right back in that hourly area for 75.25. That's the area to watch for potential bounce today. So that's the zone there. We kind of bounced off it. I don't take the bounce on the levels, even though you could have done that. That's that area liquidity I said watch for yesterday, where the bottom tails were yesterday. So all the way down to 75.17. That's the area I like for the bounce. So positive down on a red candle. If we can break above these red candles, then I like it long on buying delta only. We'll see aggressive buyers come in. And this could be just a break and retest. The orb, by the way, is in place as well. So let's just look at the orb. So we've got the high orb is 75.46, the midpoint is 75.35, and the orb low 75.25 area, 26. We had big red selling candle, relatively big candles all throughout actually. So again, is there anything what looks like a trade round here? Not really. Looks better for a short right now. Some big selling that was. Pre-market low. I like the short below 25 into yesterday's low, 75.17. That's the only place I like it short if it breaks this low. Otherwise, if it holds that low, I like it long. And again, I want to see buyers, aggressive buying, not aggressive selling. Here we go. The buyer's going to come back in. We're coming back up into the area I liked it long. Let's just look at the numbers. Positive delta, negative delta with no follow through. Positive delta. Notice the lack of sellers on that last candle. 3 there, 2 on this candle. A neutral delta, so still not a great confirmation. So I'm going to find a long over 32. Just want confirmation, just around now. I'm now long. Small negative delta there. Selling imbalances with no follow through. We're taking out the pivot. We're over that 32 area. Lots of buying imbalances now. This is good to see. Let's see it push up. We're breaking the 2-minute trend. Let's see it hit the 10 tick. This looks better than pre. I like it when it breaks through on the initial entry. So positive delta, small negative delta down here. We've got plus 200 on this candle. Hopefully we can push. Hopefully the sellers don't absorb this area. Coming into the midpoint. Lots of buying imbalances as well. You know, if we break below this candle, then I'm going to probably get out on my 10 tick. Want these buyers to hold this area. 2-minute trend's broken. The footprint trend is broken as well. There we go. That's the trend break there. Are we going to get follow through? Here we go. That's 10 ticks. Next up is the 20 tick. And then I'm going to be trailing a lot tighter. So because we've got the buying imbalances, I'm happy to trail that area. Big positive delta on the last candle as well. This is probably the entry I should have taken rather than rushed into the last one. So we're coming into the 20 tick now, I think. How far away are we? We're right up to it. There we go. Big positive delta as well. Buying imbalance. Remember I said about buying imbalances. Just need a few more ticks to hit that 20, then I'm up to break even and I can just let it run. Got some negative deltas coming in now. But look at the green delta on the delta chart, so I'm not too worried at the moment. I generally don't pay too much attention to the current candle. I generally look at the previous candles because obviously the candle's still doing its stuff. There you go, that's 20 ticks. I didn't get filled though at 20 ticks. My stops moved, which is good. But I didn't get filled. Did I get filled? No, I'm still holding 2 contracts. So hopefully I'll get filled if it re-taps it again. But I'm break even whatever happens. I'm going to trail. So if I break over that 20, I'm trailing this point of control. 75.34, better than break even. And I've still got my 2 contracts. I want to see it break out. Then I'll get my stop over to that 37 where we are now. So see it break. Get over that pre-market. We've got pre-market low above. Hence why I want to put my stop at 38. So I'm better than break even. I just moved my 20 tick target just to get over that because I want to try and trail this a bit better. But I'm holding that low. I'm holding that point of control. And here we go. Getting close to it. Buyer's going to come back. Didn't hit my... There you go. I'm about to stop on my trail. Okay. And I'll make sure I'm out. Yeah, I'm out. So I'm still a bit down today because I added and stopped on my ad earlier. So I'm about just under an R, less than an R. So it took about 20R. I didn't hit the 20 tick on this one, unfortunately, but I trailed out about 15. Slightly better than my 10 tick. In fact, around about 10 ticks, I think it was. Still like it long. So I may look for a break. Only if we get buyers come in though. This is a divergence play we just took. So we had that 2-minute trend line, and then we had that trend line there as well. Notice the divergence. We held the low while price was coming down, and then we were putting in higher highs. I think we can see the divergence just there. Price was selling off, cumulative delta, and then we had a bit of a wobble. Still looks good for long because it's holding this area. So I might look to re-enter. Again, I'm waiting for delta. Delta's breaking out. Okay, I'm going to try a long back here again. Only one contract. So I'm just one contract long. My stop. Just put my stop in. So stop 28. Let's just move it up. Oh, here we go. I'm about to stop out straight away. 32 is my stop, and I'm out. Okay, that's a waste of a contract, wasn't it? Below that pivot. Because we've broken the trend, I still like it long, by the way. If we get over that, over the 70-36 area, I will look to go back in again. Only because I'm pretty confident we're going to break out, because we're breaking the 5-minute trend just about. Let's just draw it in so we can be totally sure. That area there, we're right on it. Notice the orb, it was a bounce point. That's why it's quite an important area. We've got buyers sitting on the highs of these candles. Not so many up here, I must say. We've taken out that lack of buyers in that candle. We've got, we'll see positive delta, put in a higher high. Here we go. So I'm going to try that same long again. Sometimes I'm only taking a very low risk, 1/3 of risk scalp. Just because I like this delta divergence play. It's breaking the 2-minute, it's breaking the cumulative delta, it's breaking the 5-minute. Just want to see it push through. It's broken the high of that and kind of held this area. Always, always, always put a stop in. I don't know why my stops weren't being put in. That's my stop. Positive delta on a red candle. Buyers at a high. These could be trap buyers like I would be while I'm up here. I like this breakout. It's like a bit of a bull flag. That's a flagpole there. And this will be my last trade for the day. Don't mind taking a couple of little tiny scalps. We're just not getting the follow through, are we? What's the Nasdaq doing? Nasdaq's kind of sitting there as well, bouncing. I think doesn't look as strong as ES. But they're both coming to pre-market lows. Let's see what happens. We got VWAP on Nasdaq around yesterday's high area. I got VWAP around today's high on ES. Definitely doesn't like this area, does it? Let's see it break. Here we go. Now it looks better. We're not seeing the buyers though. We've got aggressive buyer imbalances. We can see those with those little blue boxes. Shows you we've got buyers down here. breaking out of that bear flag, bull flag I meant. See, look at this, you see their sellers come in then on there. 75, where was it? Lost it. 75.36 area, lots of sellers. Here we go, once the buyers absorb them, it should hopefully break out. We can see the aggressive delta now, the buyers coming in. We're breaking back out. So I'm going to be trailing pivots, so I'm going to move my trail to those pivots there. A line point control there as well, so that's a strong area to put a stop, because if we lose that area, then it's probably going to break that trend anyway. I like the line point controls. That's the green bar you can see. So the green bar is multiple, two or more point controls which are aligned with each other. So you know that's a big area. Notice how we broke it, came back, retested that area within a few ticks. Here we go, we're breaking out now. This is the delta divergence play, remember we saw the divergence set up. Areas we liked from earlier as well on the hourly. We identified this 75.38, 75.40 area for a bounce. I play my scalps pretty tight, so I'm happy to stop out and then find the entry later without over trading too much. So I'm moving up to my break even area now, close to that. Here we go, this is a decent trade. Coming into the orb high. Not a big fan of these decreasing 5-minute volumes coming into the orb, but you can see lots of big orders sitting up there as well, these red lines. They've just been bitten by a fly. Buying imbalances, we like the buying imbalances, more buying imbalances here as well. So big positive delta, 640 aggressive buyers in that last candle. Look at this, big aggressive buying candle. That's the one I was hoping to see down here, but we got there in the end. But there were signs it was going to happen. We saw the reversal, lack of sellers at the low, and that's why I got in. Delta was holding as well, even though we had price selling down, we were holding that area. So I'm break even now, whatever happens, I'm break even, so totally risk free. I've only got one contract, so I'm going to be trailing, so I haven't got any targets in mind, just as high as I can get it. Right at the orb high now. So I'm going to hold it below these aggressive buying imbalances. There's 4 buying imbalances there, so lack of sellers. So if the price drops below this area, 75.42, 75.40 is an area we're watching, then it's probably going to break down further. But if these buyers are not, there's not many buyers there, to be honest. There's hardly any sellers. But 75.40 was a bounce area we were watching for earlier as well. So the trend's broken. We saw the trend breaking earlier today using order flow. That's why we use order flow, because we can see these things happen before it happens. Big positive down a red candle. I'm not too worried about that just yet. I don't want to see a red candle and a negative delta. But we know some sellers absorb buyers up here. So we'll be getting ready to tighten. Again, I don't generally pay too much attention to the current candle unless I look at the delta. Aggressive delta coming in. There's a neutral candle. Notice that last delta, a very narrow range candle. So we know there wasn't a great deal of volume trading in that. Here we go, the pullback. Could look for an add if we break orb. This is an orb candle now, breaking the orb high on increased volume. So this is technically a ORB play. I will talk through that as it happens, if it happens. Although I prefer to see the entire candle in the upper half, as in above the midpoint, but it did open above the midpoint, so it's technically a valid trade. So I might look to add on the break of this orb. Like right now, it's the break of the orb. We're above VWAP on ES right now, and we're at today's high as well. So we're holding that area. If we can break over that area, I'll look for an add on this trade. Big negative delta, 511. Let's see whether we lose that area or whether we hold it. If we hold that area, then we know there's buyers still up here. And did that orb actually break it? I'm not quite sure. Go to my, I don't think it did. No, it's not an official breaking candle because it didn't close above that orb. Came very close to it. There you go. You can see clearly now there's a bit of a gap. So it's not an orb play, by the way. But if this candle puts in a big green candle, this is a better place. If this candle puts in a green candle and it takes out these sellers up here as well, and we have increased volume over the previous green candles, then it'll be a good orb. But we take the candle size into account as well. So a small candle with quite a lot of volume shows us we've got buyers and sellers up there. And if it's a green candle, hopefully more buyers. And then we can just look at the order flow and see where the order flow really is. Is it buyers or it sellers? At the moment, all I see is sellers. So I'm tightening up a little bit more. I'm at 41. That's my, if we lose that pivot, only 3 aggressive buyers, loads of buyers up here. So buyers came in, they were absorbed by sellers as well. So there's buyers up here probably holding on to this trade. That's the orb breakout buyers here, by the way. You can see that from a mile off because we've got the orb set at 9 a.m. 9:30, 75.46, wasn't it? 75.46.25. So some people would have got in right on the breakout. These are, you can see the orb breakout buyers just on here. So the orb breakout, that's why you don't buy the orb breakout, you wait for confirmation. A negative delta, small green deltas. I'm not a big fan of this, so I'm going to be stopping soon. Small, we've got a big positive delta here. That is okay. Wasn't a big fan. I like to see a green candle. And then there's no real red follow through. Small green delta, big reds, really small green, a massive big red delta. Now we've got another a red delta on a green candle. Only 4 buyers, so I'm out. There we go. I said I'm stopping out. Better than break even. And here we go. This is the rejection we just talked about. So 10:07. Was it news? Because we had a lot of movement then. And this is not a bad test for my footprint chart. Big news came in, and I put I changed the code so that it's a little bit out, but so that it only brings in the newer ticks rather than the old ticks, and then later on it will populate everything. So we had, I didn't see it, but we had quite a lot of aggressive sellers coming in. And yeah, it stayed. This is good performance-wise. It carried on doing what it should have done. So we're now in sync with. We're never out of sync with time. So that's good. In the older version, it will be processing all the ticks, and it will just get a little bit delayed, and then it will eventually catch up. But you wouldn't realise. So in this version of the Footprints Pro indicator, I've added a little indicator down there. It always says not live because you're never going to be real time because I've got really tight anything like milliseconds, which you can't even see, it will say not live. I do need to adjust that and give it a little bit of leeway of up to about 200 milliseconds. And Andrew says, and the big red. Yeah, exactly. All that hard work going long, and you have one candle come along, just says, no, I'm wiping you out. But it did bounce on the orb midpoint, and it's at 75.41 area, an area on watch. No official orb, by the way. And that's why unlike these sellers, these buyers up here who took the orb breakout, we are wiser than them because we knew not to take the orb breakout because we were looking at these footprint charts. Where was it? These people up here, the 328 buyers, the 30 buyers, the 412 and the 220 at the highest today. We knew not to take those because we were watching order flow. Remember we were saying not many buyers, big negative delta, and so forth. And then we had a delta divergence there, big positive on the red candle. Because we are looking at footprints and order flow, we know that. Unlike the people who are now really annoyed at themselves because they've just been stopped out. And that could have been a big movement there, that big red candle could have been the stop out of the orb breakout. Couldn't take the pain anymore, stopped out at market, drove the price down. Because we look at volume, we had 5,000 contracts, 4,000 contracts at the high of that one. And then on a negative delta. And then we had barely any volume here. So it wouldn't have taken much volume to drive it down. 3,600 contracts. Let's have a look. $75.38, that's where it all mattered around that area, yeah. So do I like the long? Do I like the short? I'm not cared. I'm pretty much done now. So I'm about 1 hour down, roughly 1 hour, I think, less than 1 hour, I think it is. I'd stop out, a bigger stop out, because I added and I got stopped out on my ad as well. So that was about 1.5 R, I think about 1.2, 1.3 R, I think it was, that stop. Would have been 1.3 because I added an extra third. And then I just took a small 1/3 long, trying to find that bottom. And then I took another 1/3, which gave me some profit. But roughly it's about I'm about 1 hour down. Roughly, I've not looked at my P&L. I try not to have it open because it makes you want to trade P&L rather than trade your strategy. But I can open it. Okay, I'm down slightly higher than 1 hour because my 1 hour is about $550, $600 because it's commissions in there as well. Probably slightly more, about 1.2 R. I think that's what that's fine. That's exactly, I was up. Yeah, that's about right. The delta's holding that trend line. Big positive delta here. We've got a positive and then a negative and then a big positive. I'm not a massive fan of it. Oh yeah, I forgot about the new Ninja Trader shows you the line so you can see where the loss of it. That's my first loss there. And then I took a green move there. Then I took a losing trade there and a winning trade. So 2 losses, 2 wins basically. And I'm only down because I took a loss on a runner on a ad. But I'm trying to add ads into my play a bit more. I generally don't. And I only want to add if I'm in the green as well. I don't add on red trades. And only if I'm sure. And I was pretty sure on that ad earlier. The idea is, again, I nailed the bottom. We talked about this area. I said watch this area for a bounce. I said watch this area as well, 40 for a bounce where we are right now. So that's why I still like it long. But my execution was a little bit out. And, you know, traders who've got bigger accounts than me, I'm trading, obviously I've got trade and drawdown. I'm trading all my evals at the moment on Apex. I'm trying to build my evals up to get them converted into paid accounts, hopefully by the end of tomorrow. But if you've got bigger accounts, I'm trading the 50k accounts, I have to be really careful on my stops. Like ideally I would have put my stop below the low today. and just let it run, it would have been doing okay. But it means bigger risk. Maybe I should open up a couple of 100k or 200k accounts on Apex. Do they still do them? I'm not sure. Let's have a look. Just 3 days or 4 days left until the end of the month. If you're looking to buy my Footprint Pros indicator, then that will be going up to 599 from June. Because I've added a lot more into it, better performance, loads more of analysis. Apex is down. There's some big news coming out of Apex today, by the way. I'm a reseller, so they send me some updated information before everyone else, if it hasn't already been dropped or released. Can't remember if it said I'm allowed to talk about it or not. $100k, $150k. You can't get 200ks anymore. They were the old legacy. So maybe I might take out a 100k account and try some bigger size, bigger risk, bigger stops. So here I like it long. I like the pullback here, the big positive delta. I'm not a big fan of this negative delta though. We're coming into the orb as well, so I'm going to hang around for the orb play before calling it a day. It's getting hot again. Another record day here in the UK. I think it was yesterday, 35 degrees Celsius. In my office right now, in the direct sunlight, I've just put my window shades over. It's 47.8 degrees Celsius. Bloody hot. Hence why I'm not going to be hanging around too long. But anyway, the new updates, I'm going to say it anyway. They're adding, they're improving the website. They're also adding the ability to buy multiple evals at a time instead of doing it individually, which is a massive pain. And I think they're people who stopped buying evals because they've been banned or blocked, they're letting them back in again. Not sure that's good or bad. So here we go. Maybe we could have taken that long. Lots of buying. I like seeing buying imbalances, but there's big selling imbalances, but a small delta. And we had a big negative delta on a green candle. Coming to this orb now, so I'm going to keep an eye on this candle. So notice the previous green candle was about middle of that red candle. So if we can break, we've got 2.5 minutes to break the high of at least the previous green candle for the orb long play. But I will be watching as a scalp as well. So I've got 2 plays, one on MES and one on MMQ. We've got all this liquidity above. All these red lines is liquidity sitting there. They're all over 150, 200 orders. So for me, you can see them on, this is ES. So for me, market generally moves towards liquidity. And that's why I still like the long. Delta and price are in line with each other. Look at this, the delta flip. We said we watched this earlier. The orb will be a confirmation of a delta flip. Sunny says, frustrating day today. It has been. It's a funny day. We had a couple good entries earlier, and I think my first entry was very frustrating because that was a bit delayed. A bit delayed on the actual move, but it happens. But on frustrating days, these are the days when you need to walk away. Come back tomorrow, refreshed. What day is it? I've lost track of the days this week. It's Wednesday today, so tomorrow's Thursday. Because of the bank holiday on Monday, it's thrown me. So this is the orb breakout here. Volume's coming up. We've got a minute. We have got decline in volume though. Look at the decline in volume. Price is pushing up. So go back to footprint. If you do want to buy the footprints, like I said, buy before June, because then it's going up. I think it's $459 right now. It's a bargain price. and it's going up to 599. I like this long. I'm just large orders. I just quickly on the order flow screen, I just changed my ES large orders to over 100, just an experiment. Look at these buyers up here. 75.47. They would have taken the orb breakout again. They're the ones who are frustrated, Sonny, because they took the orb breakout originally, probably stopped. They've taken the orb breakout again, probably stopped. And that's where you need your patience. And these are big orders as well. 127, 125 at those levels. Right, just update one of my indicators. Right, so about that, I'll just that's better. So now on this chart, I'll bring it over because there's not much to look at the moment. This is the filtered one, got red and green lines. So now anything over 100 orders on ES will be shown, and anything over 200 or more will be even thicker. So just so we can see where the big orders are sitting on the book right now, over 100. Again, these charts will be live. I leave these live until the end of the day. Good to see where the large orders are. I've got them on MES, I've got them on ES. MES because it's smaller. I've got one set to 200. So a rejection of orb again. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4 orb rejections. So definitely is a key area, that's 75.46, which is why I wasn't going to go long into it. I had to break it. Now we're breaking this 5-minute trend. It's 2-minute. So what we did have originally as a bear flag is now looking like a bull flag. Look at this. So this is interesting. Positive delta, big positive, negative, big negative. Buyers tried holding it. Small positive, so lack of buyers. Now buyers came in with no follow through. Only 4 aggressive buyers on the high. Only 1 aggressive buyer. Only 17 up here. So this looks good for a short. So I might watch it for a short. I'll only get in on a red candle if I do go short. This is a bit of a delta flip as well. I'm going to find the entry probably on the break. This candle. So I'm short. See if I can just scalp a quick short. Aligned point of control. 2 big negative, 3 negative deltas in a row. Here you go, the buyers. So the buyers come back in. It's almost like they're watching. All right, pull short. Let's just buy it back. There you go. Sellers are coming in now. You can see that. Delta's broken trend. Price has broken trend. That aligned point of control held as well. Made it even better. We're holding that area. 75.38. Again, it's only going to be a quick scalp. I'm not interested in holding it for too long. We're going to hit the 10 ticks. Let's see it break down. We're at the midpoint right now. I'm going to start. Only because this is an overtrade. I'm overtrading now, so I'm going to put my stops on the aligned point of control area. So here we go. Hit my first 10 ticks. I'm bringing 2 down to that one. So that's 10 ticks, and that's a nice easy trade. And then we're going to get the 40 ticks and the 20 ticks I meant. That'd be a nice 2-hour move. I don't really go by 1R, 2R on these scalps because I'm scalping in thirds. Here we go, that's 20 ticks, hasn't quite filled me. Go on, now it has. So now I'm break even. How easy was that trade? So now my break even is just below that aligned point of control, and we use that as a reference as well. So that's why I was happy to bring all of my stops down to that aligned point of control. I'm at my break even now, so whatever happens, it's a profitable trade. And I'm probably in green. I'm probably green for the day as well. Green candle, negative delta as well. So I'm going to be, look at this, aggressive sellers coming in. If I got a potential target, my 80 tick target is at 75.17. But let's just look at a better target. The orb low probably at 26. That'd be great if I hit my 80 ticks. That'd be amazing. Don't happen often. So Andrew says it took the bear flag break with you. Quick scalp. Nice. Yeah. Brilliant trade. Another line point control. So that's not a bad place to move the stop to. Look at this candle here. Let me zoom in. Selling imbalances. Barely any buyers. Barely any sellers. There's volume. Look at the volume though. 340. Hardly any volume on that candle. So probably that align point control doesn't have much bearing on this trade. Small positive delta, big positive. So we kind of cancel out this green candle with this red candle. I know I'm holding a bit tight. So NASDAQ, it's broken the orb low. That looks much weaker. And again, it wasn't an official orb break because it closed just above the orb low, and then the next candle technically is the orb breaking candle if it's on volume. How much time we got left? Likely this candle on the NASDAQ right now is going to be the orb breaking candle. Pre-market low has got to be a good target, 75.25. That's the area I said earlier, I like the bounce. So let's keep an eye on pre-market low. And that's also in that fair value gap. I prefer 7,500 if we're going to bounce, because that's a nice psychological number. Going back to this trade, I want to try and tighten it up. Obviously, don't want any drawdown, so I'm using that pivot where we pulled back. 75.32 is my stop now. Way better than break even. Let's see some, look at this, only 33 aggressive sellers down here. So the sellers are definitely not here at the moment. The buyers, I meant, sorry. The buyers are definitely not here at the moment. 279, lots of absorption down here. You can see it on the volume in the middle of that candlestick. And then a big positive delta coming in with one imbalance. To see whether the buyer's going to hold or whether it's going to stop me out. But I'd love to get down to this opening range low area. But you know, my stop is now triggered, and that's it. That's put me better than break even for the day. So that's not a bad trade. Easy trade as well, because we're just sitting there watching the order flow. Again, we saw it. I'll just go through it quickly. We saw it put in that high, lack of buyers, some divergences, positive delta, and then a bigger negative delta. That's a delta flip there. Lack of buyers on the next candle on a big negative delta. Another big negative delta, then 121, 359 with no follow through. Next candle was a small positive delta, no follow through on a red candle, was a divergence. Only 4 aggressive buyers at the high. Only 16 at the high of this green candle. On a green candle, you want to see lots of buyers. So only 16 and only 17 on this candle. So that's why as soon as it broke that area confluence or that area of consolidation, I was looking for the short. And then a big negative down on a green candle. And then we had this red candle come in, aligned point control. And then I took it on the breakdown. I remember I said I only take it on a red candle. So it took out the low of that previous green candle in the same direction, the way I wanted to go. And there you go, and you can see those 3 green lines. So those 3 green lines are 10 ticks, 20 ticks, and what's that in between? About 15 ticks. So decent trade. And I think that trade was about $800, $900. And that's it. So I'm now definitely done for the day. It's baking hot here. And I want to get out of the sun. It's about to go round the corner and shine into my office even more than it is. My thermometer now says HH. It's gone past its limit. So it was 48 degrees. So just give you an idea of how hot it is in here. It's not too bad. I'm in the shade at the moment, but the sun will come round. Right, I'm calling it a day. End of the day, better than break even. So we had a couple of good trades, a couple of losing trades, and probably my first trade I jumped in way too early and I should have waited. Didn't have the patience. So when I journal later, that'll go in there. Lack of patience. And I will be back tomorrow at 9 AM Eastern Time or 2 PM here in the UK. Sonny, thank you. You're welcome. Have a lovely day. Don't forget, hit that like button, please. There's only 3 likes. Let's try and get this channel liked and get it going. Don't forget, there's a new video just dropped, probably any moment now. I think I've got it scheduled for about 3:30, 4 PM UK time, which would be about 11 AM, 11:30 New York time. So please watch that. That was yesterday's trade, and I basically go through the order flow and the delta flip. So thanks for watching. I will be back tomorrow. Have a lovely day. And if you're in the UK, make the most of this amazing weather because it's beautiful outside. Andrew says, thanks, Paul. Able to walk away green on a day where the market is almost where it opened an hour ago. Indeed, yeah, exactly. So take that as a bonus day, ending green, because it's a tough day. Look at it. Look at this 5 minute inside that range. How hard is it trade when it's inside a range like that? That's why we wait for confirmation. And we saw on the footprint charts breakout buyers getting stopped out and getting in. Stopped out, stopped out, stopped out. So they're the frustrated ones at the moment, not us, because we have this inside knowledge. We can see it on the footprints. Right, I'm off. So have a lovely day, and I will see you tomorrow. I will leave this order flow screen in. So trade safe, A+ setups only, and enjoy.